see. As usual, Windows was a bit. So we have a little bit of a delayed start. Okay, so we ended up that we messed with the mad scientist and his holo projection of Queen Serene. And then those robots were hacked and going rampant. And now she almost died. And that's basically where we left off. So Miles right now is very, very worried about his mother. And so we continue. Forgive me, I was reckless. You shouldn't have had to waste time tending my wounds as well. Do you see our other comrade back there? He stayed behind in the lobby, but I heard the sounds of fighting. I'm sorry. You must have fallen protecting the residents. Oh, comrade, you think he may have been struck down? If he's wounded or worse, I should go to him. Wait, please. It isn't safe and you still need rest. Would you stay with Miles and watch over Isadora for me? We attend to your friend. Thank you. Please, be careful yourself. And that's where we continue. Well, what do you have for us? Isadora is going to be alright then. I'm so glad. I've just finished my administrations here. Our oblivion comrade was beyond saving, I'm afraid. The brave soul. He gave his life to save another. Died protecting me. I don't understand why any of this is happening. The sentry was behaving normally like any other, and all of a sudden it tried to kill me. Weapons or no, Calyx commanded them to commit murder. Is it over? We came as soon as Yakwa sent word. I'm sorry. By the time we arrived, it was already too late. And the geode could be in trouble too. Once we have these radios locked down, we need to find him. But why? Something happened. Possibly. We're not sure what, but he stopped responding to our communications. We need to prioritize securing the residential sector, though. At least until we regain control over the sentries. And we should search for geode. I agree, since most Oblivion members have sworn off regulators. If our theory holds true, then they could be prime targets for the next attack. Please do what you can to shepherd the residents to safety, but avoid the sentries at all costs. Oh, thing. Here, take these communicators. We've made modifications to them to prevent Calyx from intercepting the signal, and have been using them to coordinate movements with allies in the vicinity. Ayaka has one too, so ask her to keep hailing Geode. Look, they say. Geode said he would sweep the surrounding area, so he shouldn't have ventured too far. Let's get going. You see no sign of Geode. Perhaps you should search further to the east. To the east. And we walk down the stairs here. You see no sign of Geode. Ayaqua's voice crackles from the communicator. Geode! Geode, answer me! There's no response. Perhaps you should continue your search further to the east. You see no sign of Geode. The neighboring residential radius would be the next logical place to look.
This is the only place left. Let them be safe.
Geode, are you there? Answer me, please!
I'm here. Sorry for the long silence. I've been busy.
Oh, you're alive! Thank the gods! Where are you now?
The radius next door. The lobby is secure. I'll scout the second floor. Then I'll join it. That dust.
Well, now we at least know where the dust is coming from and how they did it.
Dust? What are you talking about? What's happening?
They're not just collecting souls. They're draining the bodies of corporeal ether. The dust that we saw was all that was left of the victims. They must have modified the soul cells. Shit. be here! You need to run, now! A trap! Take care of the others, eh?
No sign of him so far. This way, maybe? Geode!
No. One body land.
A shame. I had hoped to leave here with at least one more cell's worth of ether. But seeing how eager you are to interfere, I shall cut this foray short.
Calyx. What could you possibly stand to gain from these atrocities?
Ether sufficient to generate 5,000 endless. How would you acquire it?
How would I?
Until I have the key, the reflections are closed to me. Thus do I make do with the sources at hand. 7% of Alexandria's current population will yield the energy to convert 5,000 into endless. With 11%, operations could continue unabated for 800 years. Our bodies are fated to decay sooner or later. These ones refuse the gift of eternal life, so what difference does it make if I return them to ether now? I will not waste time and resources on meaningless conflict. This unit cannot offer you worthwhile resistance. Instead, I pose a question. Would you hand over the key if I promised to halt my harvest?
Well, out here happens by the feelings.
It was foolish of me to even ask. I return to my work then. There is much to do if I must take the key by force.
Despite of this, these ashes and the soul sail he left behind, is that his twisted way of returning Geode to us? Damn you, Calyx. Damn you and your careless cruelty. He was our friend. Even so, some might say every death was justified if it meant 5,000 Endless could continue their immortal lives. And if a reflection stone even allowed for many more Endless, that too would be a noble sacrifice for the greater good. Who could think that? Not I. Certainly not I. I know only too well is not noble in this sacrifice. We have to stop him. We have to find Calyx and put an end to this madness as soon as possible. And under no circumstances can we let the key fall into his possession. It falls to us. We will thwart his plans here in Alexandria before he can terrorize innocents' reflections elsewhere. But something definitely get his hands on the key. We should return to the back room. Oh, Shale and the others need to know what happened. Yes, I asked for Aqua to meet us there as well. That girl will suffer. That girl will suffer a lot. I told you. Doing okay. How are you doing?
Our dear Geode.
The soldiers. If only I'd been able to control them.
This isn't your fault, Golulja. The blame lies with Calyx, and with him alone. It's all so senseless. Why force his plans upon us when we're already happy? Living our lives. What does he even think life is? I'll never forgive Calyx for doing this. Or myself for being powerless to stop him. Wait, where are you going? To clear my head. Don't worry, I won't do anything stupid.
Stay here and get some rest. I'll make sure Nostalgia stays out of trouble.
Thank you.
Things would have been far worse if you and Geode hadn't rushed in there. Many people are still alive because of you. And after adding what you discovered to the leads we've dug up, I'm hopeful we can determine where Calyx is hiding. but not right now. We need time before we can move on. Just a little time.
Oh, Geode.
Well, now we know his ultimate move. Or is it why he is doing everything? Another comrade gone. Some days it's almost more than I can bear. Here it was. He was an older brother to nostalgia in me. Yeah, I knew him longer though, and I surely taking in the hardest. That's on top of what happened to Kaka. Sure. Oh yeah, hydration is important. You think you could check on her? See how she's doing? She's like to put up on a brave face. It's me and my sister. Apologies, my mind was elsewhere. We need to press on with the Hunt of Kellogg's, when I can't seem to focus. It would be better than this, I know. As I said, you need time to work through it. You're right. Now to heed my own words. As it stands, I'm of no use to anyone. You used to say the best thing to do with grief was to let it all out. I think I'll take myself over to Earth and Sky and say my goodbyes. But yeah. Why don't you come along? I could use someone to blabber to, if you have the shoulders to spare. Right then. Let's get out of Everkey for a bit. It's a fair track on foot, so I've arranged for a couple of airwheelers. They've had their communication module removed, so even Galax shouldn't be able to seize control of them. Say the word and we set off. These airwheelers are generals, baby. You won't find the smoother ride in all of Everkey. For years now, I've been taking one out of for a turn whenever I needed to lighten my mood. Sometimes Geode would come along too.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Does it surprise you? Our French have always had a competitive edge. We would often talk about how one day we might fly our wheelers outside the dome. That's it? No talking anymore. I was there, Be sure the ground is clear before you touch down. That helped clear my attention. You might be the first person I've written with who wasn't an Oblivion recruit. As far as I remember, at least. The memories from my regulator days aren't exactly reliable. Come on, let's head inside. Hopefully the way will be clear of pests today. Yeah, the old babes. And of course not. In that case, carry out and then or shield cannot find. Resistant member that cannot burn. It's not done. Here I thought she would be mechanist. Thanks. I can usually avoid such encounters, but sometimes they wander in and block out the only path. Not that it slowed you down at all. Never seen you fight up close before, and the surveillance feed clearly didn't do it justice. Hopefully that keeps a road clear for a while, shall we?
Whenever we lost a comrade, the three of us would come back here to reminisce. Me, Geode, and Kafkiwa. Will you raise a glass?
I will in spirit.
Oh! What are the two of you doing here?
I had a feeling you'd show up. Would you like to join us?
I suppose I could spare a moment.
And here, take the drink.
They tell us Oblivion's founders disappeared some decades ago under mysterious circumstances. And it was Kafkiwa who revived our organization. You and Geode helped her with that, didn't you? Tell us more about it. You're keen to know too, right? What they were like back then. The mad things they got up to. That sort of thing.
Those were the days. It was actually right before the Reformation that I met Geode. I still wore a regulator then. I'd recently lost someone close to me. And also quit a long stint as an adapter to work at a bar of all places. It paid me to sit with patrons and keep them company. So Geode came in one night. It wasn't long before we got into an argument. First-time customer, but tempers flared. And then one of us threw a punch.
You got into a fist fight? What were you even arguing about?
Damned if I know. We were deep in our cups. I think we were both just frustrated and angry at everything. By the end of it, we were both sprawled out in the street. Pair of drunken fools. Then this odd machine stopped to lecture us, scolding us for obstructing the foot traffic and not taking better care of ourselves.
I can't imagine you ever being in such a sorry state. The odd machine. That was Kafkiwa, I take it.
That it was. Once she was done upbraiding us for our unseemly behavior, she launched into a recruitment pitch. Kafkiwa explained that she wanted to protect the outside world from Zoralja's invasion, to keep him from bringing ruin to the place her beloved son lived. And if we were so intent on self-destruction, then perhaps we might consider risking our hides for a just cause. It was a lot to take in. I hadn't given much thought to what lay beyond the barrier, and learning that Kafkiwa herself was already dead was enough to make my head spin. But Geode and I were intrigued by her ideas, and wanted to see this future of hers come to pass.
Geode often spoke of it. He told me that meeting Kafkiwa was what first taught him the value of remembering people.
Like he was sharing a holy revelation.
Oh, but back then you hadn't yet taken on Oblivion's name, had you?
Is that so? I just assumed.
It hadn't been Kafkiwa's intention to carry on Oblivion's legacy, nor adopt the cause your parents championed. Not initially, at least. She wasn't even aware such an organized resistance existed. She did, however, suspect the presence of other dissidents, those who objected to resurrecting the memories of the dead in defiance of the natural order. In the hopes of identifying like-minded comrades, we began searching the core system for traces of unauthorized access. And that's how we found it. An anomalous sector in the back of the Neon Stein. According to Melancholy, the door to that mystery had remained firmly shut since she took over the business.
This was the closest. The closest I heard an English-speaking person to say Stein correctly. Most say Steen instead of Stein, so interesting. It was actually quite close.
The back room.
The back room. We forced our way in, only to discover that the hideout had long been abandoned. Although the occupants were gone, the equipment they'd left behind contained records of a group calling itself Oblivion. After reading through their exploits and their vision for the future, we made the decision to carry on their work.
Thus were my parents' and Kafkiwa's hopes bound together.
And carried onward by Shale and Geode.
We could never have made it this far on our own, of course. Not without the strength of arms you and your friends provided. Losing comrades is a hard thing, but being here, thinking back on the moments we shared, I can see their smiles, hear their laughter. I feel their presence, and I know they're still with us. But these memories of mine are for me alone. Reminders of why I chose to do this, and why I'll stay the course. Right. Time we got back to work. Thank you, everyone.
No, it's me who should be thanking you. Though the pain is still deep, I don't feel like I'm drowning in it anymore. Let's get out there and put a stop to Calyx. For you, for me, and for everyone who's ever believed in Oblivion.
The Lalafell standing up animation from a stool. Actually, was it a stool or was it a chair? It was. Instead was a chair. I appreciate you helping me through this. And not only the grief, you have helped me see that my comrades mean even more than me. To me more than really. It only fuels my determination. I'll be spending every working moment working to bring Calyx to account for his crimes. I do my part, and you do yours. Levy needs you. That's me. This time I went back to locating Calyx's lair. I have a new strategy in mind, but it remains to be seen if it will aid in narrowing down the possibilities. Let's cry for help. I want to re-examine the data, starting with that of her parents. After all, they were the first to break away from preservation and establish an organized resistance with Oblivion. There must be something in here that can point us in the right direction. What are your plans? All the plans are just crushing in. Is that you? Apologies for calling so suddenly. I've been making the rounds in the outskirts and I cannot help but feel as though something is amiss. Could I ask you to join me? Perceptive would be more appreciated. It can wait until you finish attending to Shale, of course. It seems your plans have decided for you. Go on. I have others to speak with before I return to the background. There are still people here in the mines. Darkness in the horns. Will Sween betray us? Yarns in the south. Thank you. Very wrong direction. somewhere here. Close to the lake. Thank you for coming. As I mentioned, I would benefit from your world experience. Perhaps it is my imagination, but the townspeople appear to be Harley. That is, even considering the current state of affairs. As I'm yet unfamiliar with the outskirts, I thought you might be better equipped to judge if their behaviors is unusual or not. Would you speak with them and see what you think? I hope to be proven wrong. I fear something is not right here. You're not wearing a regulator. When you think the end is coming. Well, it's your life to lose. Me? I got myself one of those Neo regulators and registered it a little while ago. As soon as I did, the display appeared showing the number of registered users. And now, it's sitting at 4,168. The upper limit was 5,000, wasn't it? The total shot up right after those machine malfunctions. Only a matter of time before everyone's registered. I pity those who weren't chosen, but I'm going to be an analyst. I'm going to evolve. Live happily ever after. Buddy, you will be in for quite the surprise. Please tell me you brought more Neo regulators. Usually they've all been handed out already, but I heard rumors there were a few left. Maybe the government still has some. Perhaps Queen Sweden. I may not look in it, but I was a hunter once. Back then I hardly gave that a second thought, but now that I know the truth, I can think about. There has to be a way to hold on. Has to. Greetings. I remember when you visited with the Queen Sweden. Come to check on your well-being, have you? Well, I can say that things are rather stressful here as well. Without knowing if or when our machinery might turn murderers, the specter of death is ever present. People are terrified. The clamor for Neo regulators has reached a fever pitch. I personally was fortunate to have claimed a new device early on, and have long since completed the registration. Death has now no hold over me now. Now I must begin my prayers. The darkness draws closer, grows deeper. We must cast it out. What do you think, Victory? It feels possible. Yes, that is exactly it. These people are overwhelmed by uncertainty and fear. Each new registration, that fear inside them grows more insistent. How long until it drives them into full-blown panic? Can you come to a resolution? We have a problem. I'm already here with Lamati and now Alfino. Sounds like she wants us to there in a hurry. We should go.
What's happened? Sorry to drag you out here, but I thought it best you see for yourself.
Death is your constant companion. Though you toil with diligence, death may come ere your reward is bestowed. Though your grand works be poised for completion, death may come ere you wake the following morn. Though you enjoy a life of peace and good fortune, death needs but one instant to claim you. Your bodies are weak. Your heart, your brain, every fragile organ rolls the dice from moment to moment. Be you stoic or generous or righteous, no virtues tip the scales in that fatal reckoning. The choice is made without reason. The end is cloaked in terror. That is what it means to die.
The announcement began after we finished our meeting with Gossen. As for its source, well...
Alex.
Alex.
There is no shame in being afraid. It is that very fear which will drive you to conquer death. Let us set a new course for mankind. Let us preserve our existence unto perpetuity. Hope for it, wish for it, pray for it. We will become endless.
See, those are all smiling because they have that dead promise. The others are now terrified. Trying to get those nearer regulators probably by all means. Which means that those with normal regulators will attack those with neo-regulators.
With evolution's brilliance will we banish the ever-present darkness of mortality.
Change isn't easy. No one ever wants to take the first step. But this is the right path for us. What other way could there be? I'm gonna do it. I'm going to register.
Wuklemat! You couldn't have come at a better time. Please, you have to let us move to Tuliyolal.
It's too dangerous to stay here. Who knows when the next century will turn on us? Even if we wanted to become endless, there are no more neo-regulators to be had. Fleeing is our only option.
If the solution was as simple as leaving, then we'd all have left already. Did you not hear the announcement? For the living, death is a foregone conclusion. No matter where we go, or who we shelter with, we won't get another chance like this to overcome our fate.
Easy for you to say when you have that regulator.
The Landsguard are on their way as we speak, and arrangements have been made to see that you all will be safely evacuated. Tulisyola will aid you in whatever way we can. So please, remain calm.
I want to help Alexandria. I want to save its people. But what can I do? I am not their queen.
I assume we got betrayal at hands. Alex has access to the core system. Means that if he chose to do so, he could deploy the soldiers beyond the barrier. Even if our people learn to live with death and decide to leave the dome behind, they will not be beyond his range. Yet, if it serves to allay their fears even a little, thank you, Lamont, please let them shelter in Tulisyola. We will welcome any and all who want to come. We've already begun evacuations, but we'll be able to pick up the pace once the Landsguard arrive. In which case, we had best spread out and keep an eye on the grounds. The mood is tense, and we must prepare for possible violence. If you happen to determine where Calyx is hiding, though, you'll be ready to move at one moment's notice. Surely we'll find a clue of some kind soon, and elude us forever. Violence and fear? Is not the future she envisioned for her nation? Tulisyola would gladly welcome every last Alexandrian with open arms. What of the nation the late queen was so desperate to preserve? What of that bright haven of peace and laughter? Look on. I won't stand here and let her legacy be sullied for any further. Protect Alexandria was the promise I made her at last. She betrayed you, did she not? Why do you feel this obligation? I saw myself in her, I suppose. We both felt the people's joy as our own. Yet alone, we lack the strength to protect them. There's so much that I love in this world. Too much for me to take in my arms and keep safe. It made me afraid. Wanted, needed someone who was shared the
Adlings
love
are
and
invading
fear.
the void for 90
That together
seconds.
we could do what we couldn't by ourselves. Maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe I just wish that we could have been friends. And when she turned to me in her final hour, desperate to safeguard Alexandria's future, I swore that I would see it done. In the end, I think you both found the friend you needed. Would you be yours as well, Queen? Whenever you fall or struggle to rise, I come running to your rescue. And you do the same for me. And that's how we protect things we love. That's how we protect Alexandria. You're right. You're right. And don't forget about me. No. I'm just silent. Right, and we got a bit sidetracked here. We should probably be on our way. Do we patrol or see if Shale needs a hand? There you all are. Hello, Jack. Splendid. We were afraid we would miss you. Just in the other said you were here. Good news. We finally found a chink in Calyx's armor. We discovered laboratories on FFXIV's 10th level that once housed a preservation initiative. Containment Complex 1029, it's called. It's been falsely registered as a distribution center. In reality, it hasn't recorded any traffic in decades. I don't think this is where Calyx is hiding a stench, but it may well contain clues that will point us in the right direction. I'm sorry it took so long just to get this far. Interested? What do you say we all go back to check it out together? Thank you for all your hard work. This is a huge step forward. Enough. We need to take the left to get the complex. I've cleared this expedition with irrelevant authorities, and have one of our people waiting to operate said lift. Not keep her waiting. Another dungeon. Ready to head on up? Next up, the 10th level.
So this is one of Preservation's laboratories.
It's so dark I can barely see.
Just a moment. If I can reroute the power to the circuit.
You got the lights working!
Smell how stale the air is. This room hasn't been in use for many years.
Mm-hmm.
It was thanks to Kryl and Galulja that we managed to locate this place.
You may remember that my earring contained the control code for the gate to the Golden City. As it was Preservation that constructed the portal, we reasoned that the code to operate it might include a signature of some sort, unique to their organization.
So I took a closer look, and a line-by-line examination yielded a string of symbols identifying the code's author. We then began accessing the nodes for every door in Everkeep, seeking out control codes which contained those same symbols. After a grueling search, we finally discovered our prize behind door number 1860, the entrance to the facility in which we now stand. I'd probably still be at it if Galulja hadn't been around to assist me.
I took breaks, but Shale never stopped working. Not even once.
Your treasure, Shale.
I can contribute precious little else, I'm afraid, but I appreciate your kind words. In any case, this next part will require your helping hands.
We need to spread out and search for something that may lead us to Calyx. We're more than happy to help, of course, but I wonder, won't he realize we've found this place?
It's highly likely, and personally I hope he does.
I can see. You know our main objective. We're here to pick up Calyx Trail. I've learned of a certain device that should help us just do that. I'll explain how as we proceed, but according to the information I was able to dredge up, the device in question should have been installed in the director's office. Now, as for that, might be. Yes, this map matches my data. This room were in the Researcher's Commons located in the western side of the complex. The director's office is northeast of here. So we should cut across this circular chamber in the middle, yes? Yes, we should, but unfortunate for us, the interior door is locked. We need a security key with appropriate clearance to open it. Judging by the mechanism, it would probably be a card of kind. And you know, work some electro magic? I'll try my best, but this type of lock is well before my time. It may take a while to crack it. And in case I can, I might want to look around and see if anyone left a security card behind. Considering the state of this place, it doesn't. It does seem like they abandoned it in some haste. I shouldn't be surprised if we found one. Very well, let's get to searching. Sorry. I expect we'll have the most luck looking where the researchers kept their personal belongings. We begin searching Containment Complex 1029. Close cooperation will be necessary to overcome the obstacles bearing your path forward. Helpful hints will appear in a different color. Pay close attention to the information provided by your comrade should you find yourself unable to proceed. A few documents sit in an untidy stack atop the desk. You find no security cards hidden among them. The small shelving unit holds some of his supplies and little else of note. This appears to be the only desk with the drawers already open. You can tell at a glance that the desk's former owner has left some things behind. You discover a card-shaped object. The electric surface is marked by bolt level 1. What could that be what we are looking for? Try it on the door and see if it opens. A scanning device. The card-shaped object you hold looks to be of similar size. The scanner panel. It's open. I did it. And a good thing too, I was getting nowhere with an outdated second. I'm curious though, why would they abandon a facility like this? It was run by Director Demetrius, so the terminal that told me. Perhaps there are more answers to be had once we venture further inside. Let's continue onwards. The door to the director's office is across the central hub. Maybe it's not a new dungeon. Maybe it's just this area and that's it. Yeah, the level 1 security card up, but the scanner beeps in disapproval. No god, we need to find a different card. Yes, the scanner is demanding a level 3 security clearance to open the lock. As much as the lake shaves me, we just have to comb through the nearby rooms and hope we stumble upon the card we need. Start our search in the proto lab. Door is already open at least. We'll find a way through together. Neil, I'm sure of it. I think we'll find card level 2 there, and then card level 2 will open that. And in there we find card level 3. The way this room is set up, the canister inserted into the large device looks to be a soul cell. Could this be where they conducted their experiments to create Atlas? But we could probably spend days investigating the complex. Getting a way into the director's office must be a big precedence. Speaking of which, Galulja mentioned our locker over in the corner that he couldn't open. Perhaps you can take a look? The locker door shut tight, but the number pad suggests that inputting the correct combination will open it. Yeah, we had to uncover any potential combinations. Perhaps speaking with your comrades will help with your investigation. I don't think so. Today, I began my employment at Preservation. The organization was unfamiliar to me. When the recruitment letter arrived, I had a gut feeling that this work would be far more fulfilling than any orthodox medical practice. My instincts were correct. Master Calic's philosophy is the refined ideal of notions. If only ever vaguely entertained, then mankind must evolve beyond the shackles of its flesh and blood existence. I had a meeting with Director Demetrius today. I've heard other praise his genius intellect, yet he seems but a glittering candle in comparison to Master Calic's blinding brilliance. This morning I was permitted access to the top floor and observed the works of the living memory. As predicted, the shortage of ether required to sustain the Endless, reaching critical levels, but Queen Spain insists on continuing her ineffectual flailing. All our Malalia colleagues, including the Protolab chief, have been behaving in a decidedly suspicious manner of late. Will I report my concerns to the director? Tomorrow I have been assigned to assist with the research project in the Detiro lab. We are scheduled to conduct a major experiment, the details of which I have been kept ignorant. It would seem prudent to back up my memory data. Back up. I looked through this data and found a journal. I'll read it to you. The results of experiment 158 show a marked improvement in ether extraction rates. At last, we have achieved the target value set by Master Calyx. Though I will become endless as per our standards of protocols, I will preserve this historic number along with my few remaining worldly effects. Preserve the number. Maybe as a password. Select the numbers, okay. 1, 5, 8. Okay, that one was wrong. Then let's see. Please excuse my impatience and the means to track down Calyx's clothes. Now itching to get my hands on them. Hello. These notes seem to be about the research they did in here. Let's take a look. Experiment 148, submitting inference a candidate 219.30 to be considered for efficiency procedure review. Experiment 158, maximum value of 11509 recorded. Comparative study be included in the report. That was our number, right? Yeah. 11509 is our password. Oh, and one more. Experiment 163. New proposal produced as a result. 9834 decreased value referring. Well, I have no idea what any of that means. Maybe it makes sense later on. Yes, we already have our number that we need. One, 5, 0, 9. The locker pops open. Inside you discover level 2 security card. You got the locker open. And you found another security card. Oh. Does that say level 2? We needed level 3, didn't we? Yes, but it still opened more doors for us to explore. Well. The preservation members led such surprisingly normal lives. Keeping notes, losing their guards. I guess I imagine there'll be more, what's the word? Bloodless? Nickel? My parents were once part of preservation, if you will recall. I told them to see researchers who agreed with Calyx and his philosophy and went the conversation to endless entities. But I assume those were who could not, or would not, eventually left the organization altogether. I almost forgot. Researchers kept your journals and the data tablets. The one I read doesn't explain much, but something big happened in the complex. And afterwards I was decided that everyone would become endless. The writer was really happy about this. Can tell how much they admired Calyx's work. Hi Maya, how are you doing, dear? How's our favorite lizard? The entries ended after that, but maybe you can read more in the other tablet there. Why am you staring? What happened? I mean, let's move this investigation to another room. Well, we have the deter lab and the maintenance facilities left to search. Offer access via the southeast corridor. That's back to the hub and the locked door across the way, which will hopefully heal before our new security guard. You take the old one if you like. I doubt we'll have any more use for it. Oh, I see. So you heard you install of the left one, the Mister. If I get it right. The scanning device, it waits silently for a security guard. Oh, where should we go first? To your lab or facilities? So let's start with the lab. I'm still catching up. I thought this would be a dungeon, but oh, apparently I was wrong. It's way smaller than that. Well, there doesn't seem to be any power here. No, none at all. Possibly the energy supply for this room is on a separate conduit, which means there should be a contingency for opening the door. Look here, there's a sign above the card scanner. In case of emergency, backup power can be rerouted from facilities. The facilities room is down the other branch of this corridor. See about getting the power restored in the Deterra lab, shall we? Oh, pardon. You like doing tanking? Because I tried tanking in pretty much. Dark Knight was the only tank that actually made fun. I guess it depends on what class of tank you play. I mean, warrior is quite simple. The others are a little bit more difficult. The warrior is fairly simple, unless they changed it after Endwalker. Oh god, it's returning an error. There must be a preliminary procedure. According to this error code reference, the power supply has been interrupted for an extended period of time, and we need to reconfigure both the emergency generator and the circuit control panels. Well, that's the emergency generator over there, isn't it? Yes, and by the looks of it, it's the same model as the one used in Heritage Found. But how does it send power to the other lab? Ah, I see. The energy cable attached to the base of the terminal leads down to the hall directly to the Deterra lab. Which means we need a way to connect the generator to the cable. What about the patterns on the floor? This be a circuit we need to reconfigure? Only if you have the right of it. Using the control panel set into each of the tiles, we create an unbroken path. What if I could give the instruction manual? Indeed, if you could look around for any written procedures, I'll keep digging through the terminal's directories. Might I also ask of someone to operate the generator? I can do it. I've used that type of machine before. Then would you be willing to try and reconfigure the circuit path? The rest of us can help by supplying Aya with whatever information might be found on the circuitry configuration. I think I already know what to do. I think this puzzle is fairly simple. Oh, not what I thought it is. Okay. Let's see. What if I do always in the middle line? One looks correct. And one could, almost be correct. Be pretty much in. Unless this is where this needs to be.
Pilot offers their soul.
And thank you for the subscription. This should be in. There we go. Thanks a lot, dear. It worked. We did it. The deterror lamp should now be fully powered. Well done, everyone. For me, Shale, could we access certain data logs before moving on? I was checking the storage shelves and one of the labels caught my eye. Federation of the Early Days is the title. Of course. It'll only take a moment to bring up the contents. It looks to be a text-based account. I'll read it out. Federation, an Alexandrian Institute for Technological Development, was founded by Calix, an 11-year-old child prodigy. Approval for establishing the organization came during Alexandria's involvement in the Storm Surge. With Calix's design for new defensive solutions founded in large part by the Treasury, as the conflict grew intensely and casualties mounted, Alex funneled Federation's resources toward the perfection of memory storage. Research into the field continued even after the Storm Surge came to an end. Calix eventually electing to preserve his own memories in a virtual domain. This account is from before he embraced his endless existence, hundreds of years before. Met him lonely once before the Storm Surge began, standing my father, who was then the reigning king of Alexandria. Alex could not have been more than 10 years of age, and required constant treatment for his debilitating illness. Yet, still, he published theories so highly regarded that even the royal family was aware of his achievement. Life should not be lost to the injustice of them. Even now I can hear the single-minded will behind his words. So it was that when war came to our kingdom, my father was quick to commit his unwavering support to the somber youth and his proposals for preservation. Several years later, the ensuing violence brought the death of both my parents. Overwhelmed as I was by my sudden succession to the throne, I suspect they spared me the reports of an endless research and other less urgent matters. I had no way of knowing what kind of person Calyx was changing into. Did he change? I wonder. Perhaps he has ever been the type of value ideals over compassion, and I failed to see it at the time. Or perhaps he did change, but is still driven by those same deeply held beliefs. The mortality is cruel and unjust, and his role is to deliver mankind from his state. Whatever the case may be, we cannot allow him to shape our future. Let's press on, shall we? If I've done my job correctly, the door to the Titira lab should be accessible now. I'll give everything a once over, just to be sure. Here we go. Up to the next puzzle or riddle. The energy current seems stable enough. You should let me handle this one. Security card, if you please. Oh, and quick prayer that the shorted wire doesn't burn me from the inside out. And I'll get this door open. Smooth as silk. Let's head inside and see what hides. Gods, isn't that? The key to interdimensional fusion. That looks to be a schematic on the monitor. They've used it to make another key. But isn't it missing the chart inside? The one here? We may have been laboring under a misconception. The key was originally a Malilia relic. Once this treasure came into his possession, the Federation began working to harness the power to cross dimensions. Aside from the crystal, we can see that all vessel's components were constructed here. What might that tell us? The crystal itself is the key. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. This, as my parents explained. The key remained shrouded in mystery. The Federation augmented it with the electrode, and never grasped the technology underlying principle. To this day, not a single person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion. Not who imbued the key with its power, not when they did, nor why. Now it makes sense. Calyx can track the key because its vessel was made by preservation. I believe there's much we may learn in this room. On our next visit, I will have to enlist Stella's assistance for a further investigation. I too am curious about the great many things, but pinning down Calyx's whereabouts is our priority. Hopefully, there's a security card here that grants access to the director's office. The research conducted in this lab appears to have been highly confidential in nature. Some of the personnel must have belonged to the organization's upper columns. That means higher security clearance. We should spread out and look for any guards they left behind. Remember? Anything less than a level 3 is not good for us. This lone strange cage is filled with documents, binders, and other miscellaneous objects, none of which are security guards. The sturdy-looking shelving unit holds a storage crate and sealed barrels. No sign of any security guards. Probably here. You find a security guard in the cabinet drawer. Oh, did you just find a security guard? That's a struggle, Lang. Have Shale examine it to be sure. Well, well. If it isn't exactly what we needed. Nice work. Well, level 3 should get us into the director's office. What was it we were hoping to find hidden there again? Was saying that a certain device was going to help us. Right, I haven't properly explained myself, have I? Looking for a data relay. After we discovered this ostensibly abandoned complex, we found the cursory investigation which detected a connection to an outside network, and it traced the data's routing, confirmed traffic from a web of Everkeep's security cameras. Considering the way Calyx is always on one step ahead of us, we must assume he's quietly seized control of the city's surveillance system and has been using it to monitor our activities. To monitor what you, as the key holder, are planning. But since Calyx is the ultimate recipient of those transmissions, the follow of data is like a river that we can't follow back to him. Which is why I need the data relay. If I can analyze the device and see where it's rerouting all the surveillance traffic, and you can pinpoint Calyx's position. That said, he has done nothing to impede our progress, which makes me think it might be one tire the wrong track. Maybe the reason he isn't stopping us is because he can't. Like in the old castle, Calyx has said he was measuring higher strength. But can he possibly dream up that's stronger than her? Now, speaking of cameras, there was another thing I meant to mention. I found evidence that someone deliberately disabled the surveillance feed in this room. The most recent recording was also cruelly deleted. I was able to restore the data, though. You'd like to see it? Let's start the show then. Okay, what will we see? Will we be entertained by him?
Are you really planning to leave?
Why not?
Yes. The idea of eternal life. It's begun to frighten me.
I struggle to renounce our conventional wisdom. Death is the means by which life prunes its branches, leaving the trunk to grow strong and tall. We die so that our species may flourish. What would become of mankind were we to halt that process?
Can you even see
if
anything?
Unending stagnation is the fruit of our labor, then perhaps we strive for the wrong thing.
You know, you may not need a haircut, but at least you should use a hairpin to put your hair out of your sign. Cannot see shit that way, bro.
Your argument is a rejection of Master Calix's vision.
I suppose it is. Perhaps such dread would not plague me, were I capable of sharing his perspective on the subject.
But I cannot. He and I are too different, in too many ways. I lack his extraordinary genius. I had no illness threatening to cut my life short, no singularity of will to cut away all distractions and focus solely upon research.
I have nothing but respect for his determination. The way he overcame his prognosis and seized the means to transcend death itself. But I'm not convinced that this obsession with living is the right path. That's why I've decided to leave preservation and put all my effort towards building a legacy for the next generation to come. Surely you...
Protocol, you understand. There can be no exceptions.
It was so clear. He only wanted to leave and he executed her. I checked the images against the personal data. The man who pulled the trigger was Director Demetrius himself. Everything I could find on him pointed to a deep confederation with Master Kelly. The cameras in this room have been out of operations ever since that incident. Given that the recording was erased, I can only assume he was trying to conceal his grisly deed from the other researchers. I'm not surprised, given how my parents described the defection from the Institute. They spoke of rushing me through a portal, even as Preservation's agents closed in on them. I dared not to ask what became of them after that. But turns out they were captured by the pursuers. Did not regret their actions. Right. The echo. Knowing you saw them as they were, words gave me great comfort. Oh Christ. Oh, worry not, sweet. As to the haven of living memory, I was at least able to meet my parents and learn what they stood for. It is enough for me to carry on. Even now, we don't know how the conflict unfolded between your parents and Preservation. But what we do know is that your mother and father cleverly expunged every last trace of the moves. They made sure no one could cross into the source or threaten their child's safety. Right, let's press on, shall we? There behind the key deserves a fitting conclusion. The director's office. The director's is the one that needs a haircut. There we go. Let's head inside. Now to find the data relay. And don't be shy, everyone. Speak up if anything odd catches your eye. Come with me. I might have need of a security guard. Could just give it to you. You know? Damn. This terminal is connected to any outside networks. That can't be the data relay I'm looking for. This office is also smaller than the map suggested. I'm positive we're in the right room. I'm missing. Sorry, can I ask you and the others to search the office for any clues? This infuriating puzzle. That's probably a door. Amongst other personal effects, you find what is presumably the director's data tablet. A closed locker stands next to the table. You pick up the data tablet and begin skimming through the contents. Nothing of note. The mystery of the key's activation condition remains unresolved. The key triggered an explosion today. Temporarily interdimensional portal verified. Continued attempts to stabilize the core energy reactions. 13 researchers sustained fatal injuries in the explosion. Memory faculties of 4 personnel sufficiently intact in this conversion. Remaining 9 designated for for reclamation processing. Nothing of note, rejecting the resignations of the 2 malaria researchers. Major incident. Details in full report. Those 2 inept malaria broke with the preservation and absconded with the key. Though the fugitives have since been caught and eliminated, we were too late to recover the relic. The only reason we retained our flash was to serve Master Calyx as physical instruments to conduct his experiment. Deprived of the object of our search, our existence serves no further purpose. I dare not imagine the depths of his disappointment. The complex is to be shut down. All personnel will have their bodies reduced to ether, which will be allocated for further experimentations. Memory data will be archived. Any endless conversions will be subjected to Master Calyx's discretion. If he does not deem us fit, then we are not deserving of eternal life. All personnel have undergone processing. Once the shutdown protocols have been completed, I will proceed with my own corporal dissolution. As long as the key remains in the physical world, we must keep this complex in pristine condition. Whether it be needed for experiments or otherwise, it must be ready to support future operations in whatever capacity Master Calyx requires. To that end, facility equipment will be maintained in stasis mode. Furthermore, a critical component for the secure room access will be stored separately to defend against unauthorized entry. Having lain dormant for years, the now active coffee maker has already entered a self-cleaning cycle. It appears to have no other purpose beyond brewing coffee, though. It remains to be seen when it will be able to do so once more. You find a crumpled note wedged between the file binders. Secure room lift access requires passwords to be input simultaneously at terminals in the Proto Lab, the Tiro Lab, and the Director's office. Perhaps this discovery would be in interest of jail. Yeah. The collection of soul cells may have once belonged to the Director. They appear to be empty. We found something. Thank you, a misplaced note. With instructions for accessing the secure room, no less, seems we need to enter password on 3 different terminals at the same time. There was no such room marked on the map, was there? No, precautionary measure, no doubt. And if passwords are involved, I expect the access left itself is concealed too. Concealed? My electrode, you mean? Or could it be that wall? Thought it seemed odd when I walked past. Remember what Kashiwasa used to say, Shale? Never trust an electro surface. We can pass right through Electro. Really? I never had that property in my time. I was having a little fun, I think. What we mean is, Electro can project a false appearance. In which case, it shouldn't be too hard to disable. Another door! Managed to deactivate the projection, but the lock is another story. Didn't the note lay out the password protocol? I see where. Say we go ahead and try it. I agree. 2 people should prepare the lab terminals. But while the rest of us will look for passwords here in the office. I take the Proto Lab. And I'll take the Deuteria Lab. Actually, it might be better if you stayed, Swain. Your knowledge of Alexandria and its people could be needed here. Yes, you're right. The passwords are hiding behind clues. It may be something I can help with. I can help too. I've lived my whole life in Alexandria after all. I will take the tutorial lab duty then. We can keep in touch via communicator to match our timing. You shall have the honor of entering the office password. Once we've determined what we need to input, take your place at this terminal. I stand by to guide Wuklamat and Gryer through the process. You know, there was this display plate over there. The one with the gems? But since it was made of electro, it might have some sort of other purpose. But I couldn't find any switches or buttons to make it do anything. Maybe you can figure it out. I mean, it's clearly missing a stone. Medley, here we go. 2 jewels are embedded in this electroplate. You identified the blue gem, the sapphire, and the red gem is garnet. There also appears to be an empty slot for another jewel to fill. let's open the locker. The door to the locker swings open easily. Ew. Ew. It contains nothing of note. You quietly shut the locker door. Ew. The cringe this locker just gave me. I mean, we have to find another. We have to find. Well, we should take a closer look to those reapers. One of them might have hints to the password. I kept searching the drawers with the books and found a couple puzzle made of electro. It's probably just a toy, but maybe... You got any? Let's see, if I move this bit, then it connects to this socket, or that one. There. Huh? There was something inside. Oh, it's a pretty green stone. I think it might be Alexandrine. They say these gems were so treasured in the past that they named the kingdom after them. Here, you should hold on this one, just in case. And there we go. The stone we need, probably. The gemstone fits snugly into the blaze. Almost immediately afterwards, the glowing lines of a diagram appear on the display, accompanied by a short phrase. The plan of this complex? As you continue studying the display, you realize that the shapes correspond to the rooms of the complex in which you now stand. This may be related to the passwords you were looking for. This slot contains a garnet. This in the floor plan corresponds to the material lab. These glowing words appear to be handwritten. Yes, I knew that jewel would come in handy. Let me think. Eat the stones. This must be the special meanings Alexandrians have to gems. In our belief, I think, where each type of gem means something different. I bet if you asked me, she could tell you more about it. All, even her name comes from a gemstone. It's actually a good point. Let's talk to Sween. Yes, if you have questions, you need to only ask. Well, I was told that Alexandrite represents the concept of protection. That is incidentally also the origin of Alexandria's name. Oh, you thinking this has something to do with the passwords? The Sapphire and Garnet as well, you say? Yes, they all have meanings. Alexandrite, as I said, is protection. Sapphire represents honesty. And Garnet symbolizes devotion. We should try these words at the terminals and see if they are accepted. I certainly hope we're right. Okay, so we need to enter protection. We all set to go here. Vuklamat and Grail are just waiting on the passwords. Start with Vukalat in the portal lab. What word should they enter? Portal lab was the one lowest, right? So they... And the password cried in the material lab. fine. And let's enter them at the same time. The fact that she... the fact that she had a step ladder. Yes. Oh, I'm so glad that worked. That secure room is the only place we've had to research. The data relay is anywhere. It has to be there. We'll venture in as soon as Wuklamite Cryle rejoin us. And here we go. Alright everyone, time to board the lift and see what awaits them.
This terminal doesn't look special to me, but this is definitely what we're after?
It is. But whether or not it will suffice for our purposes is another question.
The Endless are created using the memories of the deceased. But as memories are, in essence, collections of data, the resultant entities have no physical form. These data entities, as we might call them, have only two methods for interacting with the material world. One of these we saw in living memory, where the Endless are granted temporary bodies through the use of corporeal ether. They become much like solid ghosts that one can see and touch. The other method, which Kafkiwa employed, is the remote operation of a machine. But where do you suppose the Endless are to be found when not inhabiting a physical body?
The Endless are memories, and if memories are data, then...
Inside electrode somewhere? Something like an USB thing?
Yes, we suspect they reside in a virtual domain, one contained entirely within an electrode-based machine. We've seen such a realm before, after all.
Oh, you mean like the Alexandria made from the Endless Fiend's memories? It all seems so real.
So this virtual domain, it would also be housed within the Meso terminal.
But how? I thought we shut down all the terminals in living memory.
You did. And Kafkiwa's program performed just as she intended. The Meso terminal itself was deactivated, as evidenced by the failure of the device which was keeping Spheen's body in stasis. Be that as it may, we face a master of electrope engineering. That he managed to partition and protect the sector harboring his own memories is well within the bounds of possibility.
Let us say that the Meso terminal does indeed contain a second domain, and that Calyx himself resides there. This city, on the other hand, exists here in the source. That being the case, I thought perhaps we could prevent his remote interference by closing the gate to the Golden City, and thus severing the connection between worlds.
Except I tried to close it once already when I visited living memory. The process required administrative authorization, a restriction I assumed at the time had been imposed by the Queen.
But now you think Calyx might be responsible.
Just as I suspected. Even now, security transmissions from throughout the Keep are being tapped by the core system and routed elsewhere. Almost every single one has you as its focus. He's keeping track of the keyholder's movements.
Time's up, and what a waste of time it's been. Hoping to find me by tracing security data? That will not be necessary. Through a not inconsiderable effort, I've taken your measure and prepared a force sufficient to subdue you. Come. I invite you to the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal. The storage device which holds my memories is there. Break the memory bank and victory is yours. I, in turn, will seek to wrest the key from you with any and every means at my disposal.
And if we refuse this invitation?
I will wait, and continue to convert Alexandrians into Endless. Consider the urgency of the situation and make the wiser choice.
Answer me one question, Calyx.
Someone DM in the game.
The Endless Fiend. When she was queen, you had her face an impossible task, then manipulated her into using the key when she was at her most desperate. If you can do all that, then why not whisk it away when her plans went to ruin? Why let it fall into our hands?
You pour salt in the wound. That disaster was a miscalculation on my part. As her end drew near, Sphene and her restructured memories had become one with the terminal's control systems. In that singular place, in that singular moment, she wielded an authority greater than mine. Thus she was able to shield you, the neighboring sovereign to whom she entrusted her nation's future, and the hero to whom she entrusted that priceless key. I am unsure to what degree she perceived my presence, but she knew that someone was watching. Does that satisfy your curiosity?
It does. And I'm satisfied that you will take nothing more from this nation. Not one more life, not one more future, not one single smile from another child's face. You hear me?
Aww. He's throwing a tantrum.
Sorry for losing my temper, but there's only one way we can deal with people like Calyx. Whatever grand future he envisions, someone will be made to pay the price. And I won't let that happen.
Let's plan our next move.
If I may, I realize it is not my place to say this. Even so, I must thank you both. on behalf of my other self, allow me to say how grateful I am to have you as our champions.
Well, that was an adventure. It may not have been by the method of Shea was hoping for, but at least now we know where to find Calyx and what we need to do next. Indeed, while I remain curious about Preservation's research into the key, it is an investigation for another day. Let's head straight to the back room. Should get everyone on the same page before we make our move. And that bastard Calyx, he waited until I was in this close before snatching away my moment of triumph. That infuriating, condescending way he spoke to us. We'll see whose time is up. Smug little weasel. Anyway, well, things didn't go to plan, but we learned a great deal about preservation. And knowledge could come in handy in days to come. I may not be able to contribute much to a direct confrontation. I mean to see this through with y'all, providing whatever support I can. We've befriended Aaronville and everything that has happened, and sent word to the others. We've now to consider what our next actions will be. Alexis offered you to the opportunity to confront him directly. And though it feels much like striding face first into an ambush, little choice. We are to destroy the memories he supposedly has stored in the upper reaches of the Meso Terminal. And that is where we must go. While I'm still upset at being deprived of my moment, nevertheless did my due diligence. I can confirm that the relay we found was indeed transmitting surveillance data to a device somewhere in living memory. When you go to fight Calyx, pray let me fight alongside you. Let me fight for the memories of Otis and Selenia, for the other Sween I may have become. Most importantly, my beloved kingdom and the joyful tomorrow. Of course, but no reckless heroics. Yes, I understand. I promise not to subject myself or the party to needless danger. By coming with you as well. You know my reason. It hardly needs saying, but your fellow Science also have every intention of accompanying you into battle. So adamant were Alice and the others at this point that they have already left you all for living memory. I'm more than ready to do the same. I keep patrolling the streets for signs of trouble, especially from anyone wearing neo-regulators. If you need anything from me, I'll be on standby here in the background. I really want to go with you too, but I know I can't. I know that sometimes you have to be patient and trust in your friends. Why, Kyle and I think that we should talk to Gosen before we leave in never memory. Under Calix's direction, preparation has helped shape Alexandria's society for centuries. Taking him down will have serious consequences, and we need to warn the officials in charge about what we intend. Justification aside, we shall be acting against the wishes of all who desire to become endless. Exactly. We don't know if Gosan will approve or oppose our chosen cause, but either way, living without a world is the wrong thing to do. Come. We should be on our way. Resolution first, yes? Come be safe, everyone. We'll see you when it's over. Man, here we go. Now I check the message I got. Yeah. People wanting to recruit. I don't need that. If I ever join an FC again, it has to be an FC of a friend, or at least a friend's friend. All the way up, we take the teleporter. Well, what will be the resolution in resolution?
I see. A difficult situation. In the absence of an official sovereign, I agree that it is not Preservation's place to dictate the future of our nation. However, I also cannot simply take a side and declare my support for your efforts to defeat Calix.
Is that because of the new regulator you wear?
I've yet to register it. I find myself caught between the fear of dying and the desire to carry out the duties of governance. My greatest concern is how we shall stem this ever-increasing terror of mortality when becoming endless is no longer an option. And that's to say nothing of the recent slaughter committed by our own soldiers. The fact that such violence was perpetrated for the very purpose of creating endless will, paradoxically, make it more difficult to endorse your chosen course. It may not seem logical, but for those who lost friends and family in the attacks, halting the creation process altogether would render the deaths of their loved ones utterly meaningless. Is it not cruel to rob them of what little solace they could claim, when we have only just learned what it is to mourn? Tell me, how are we meant to overcome such tragedies?
We stopped begging others to teach us for a start. For the longest time, we've been protected by Queen Sphene and the systems put in place by our forebears. The hardships and responsibilities of life were distant things, and we felt entitled to our comforts. Even as we barely noticed those who risked everything to keep us sheltered. But no more. From now on, we need to learn on our own. How to live with the promise of death. How to endure the pain of loss. We may never learn to love such things, but we may learn to survive them. The people beyond the barrier, even the Alexandrians of old, they've all had to live with these fears. There's no reason we can't do it too.
What are you all doing here?
Malachite called us in, and the Oblivion members briefed us on the current crisis. You don't stand idly by while your house burns down. We came together and thought about how we could help. Long story short, we've decided to join the fight alongside Oblivion. I say fight, but we're well aware of how little use we'd be in actual combat.
A battle of ideas, on the other hand. Now that we might be qualified to do something about. We'll talk to our neighbors and do our best to quell their fears. Convince them to make the most of this life and enjoy all it has to offer. Perhaps that will help to ease your burden.
It certainly will. Even if a few are assuaged by your words, it will make things easier.
Those who have already registered will be difficult to sway, but there are still many who waver. Those are the ones we'll concentrate on.
Gossen, if you truly care for the people of Alexandria, then now's the time to start thinking of ways to prevent more deaths.
Were I to become endless at the expense of my countrymen's lives, I would regret it for the rest of my existence. Forgive my weakness. When the people have lost their way, it falls to the government to support and guide them. Alexandria can rise above this sorrow and find its way forward once more. Is that not so, Your Majesty?
Indeed it is. No, that wasn't... what I meant to say was...
Calm down, Sphene.
Amity, you used her name.
The perfect resemblance to our beloved Queen Sphene has not escaped our notice. Yet we also understand that you are not her. Having to live in secret, unable to share who you really are, that must have been hard on you. When you come back, please tell us all about yourself. I imagine yours is a rather outlandish story, but we're eager to hear it all the same. You're one of us, an Alexandrian, and we don't abandon our own.
promise to return. And when I do, I look forward to speaking with you all.
You will die. You will die. Everyone was so warm and welcoming. Xanderans are, as ever, stalwart people. How glad I am to be home. Thank you, Go-san. That decision must have been difficult to make. If only I could claim the courage to do so came from within. The final push came from the Alexandrian citizens, and the bravery is taking the first steps toward charge. Speaking of which, can I ask you to neo-regulator way when no one can get to it? That should prevent the registrations from reaching the targeted number. I should be glad to do so, but I fear it would be to no avail. According to our most recent surveys, the number of neo-regulators in circulation exceeds the stated 5,000. We surmise the surplus units are to account for those like myself who had a change of heart, or are otherwise hesitant to register. It does sound like something Calyx would do. We'll have to face him either way. So no point in delaying the inevitable until living memory. There, the NVIDIA graphics card.
Things seem much the same.
So listen, you have nothing more to fear than any other normal day. Deep breaths. We'll get through this.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
You'd be telling them much the same if you were here. I suppose it falls to me now.
Still hanging on to his mother. I want to check on something. That always shows how great of a composer Soken is. You have like this one light figure, very, very definite melody, and yet he is able to put it in so many different moods. I'm at the wrong spot. Where do I need to go? forgot that living memory is so far fucking away. It's good to see your comrades hail and grinded for battle. As well as we've been ahead to inspect the lay of the land. There were no changes of note, aside from the missile terminal itself. Why? What happened to the missile terminal? The wall has receded to provide a convenient entrance into the structure's interior. There was no such ingress when last we were here, so we must assume that Calyx has since manipulated the terminal's electro, to facilitate his most gracious invitation to the upper levels. An invitation I am eager to accept, for the sake of all who love Alexandria. I will not yield, nor leave them to despair. Alright, critical. I believe everyone determined to be here is present and accounted for. Now we may go away to the terminal. We wouldn't wish to keep our insistent host waiting. Oh, just straightforward. Now that I see it like that and not golden anymore, this could be LA. Everything here is around here used to be as golden as this entrance. Well, here we are again, facing another battle to decide Alexandria's fate. For centuries I slept here. Upon awakening, I found the world as I knew it had changed. I was so frightened at first. I couldn't recognize a single thing. Thought everything else had come to dust. Yet beneath the unfamiliar surface, much remained the same. For that, I give thanks to Otis and Selenia and their royal knights who lay their lives on the line to defend our way of life. Thank you, Alexandrian, who believed in our future and passed on our legacy. I thank my other self, who so loved this kingdom for us. And I thank you all for kindling this hope in my heart, courage to take up arms and fight once more. So let us make our stand together and fight for what we hold dear. The kind and gentle Queen Sween was too weak to serve her people, so she will serve them no more. Freed from conscience, he shall become a ruler that can protect Alexandria, a devourer for her. Together we stand, together we find. have my gratitude, and surely Otis and Zelania will join us in spirit. Let's head inside and finish this. In the upper reaches of this tumbler awaits the device which holds Calix's memories. It falls to us to make the climb and destroy it once and for all. Aye, we must bring matters to a definitive end. We'll not suffer him to cause Alexandros further harm, nor make the king. Yet the queen entrusted it to I for good reason, and besides, it would be a tragedy indeed to relinquish a relic with no so much so research potential. Apparently, Calix thinks he's taken you a measure. I urge you to correct that misguided ascension. I won't heartily concur, yet would still counsel caution, that he would be so bold as to extend us an invitation bespeaks tremendous confidence in his preparations. Come, friends, set forth into the midst of dreaming hours. This is where I say bad level design, or bad story decisions, or whatever. Because now you have like two entrances, and this is getting it confusing with it just saying entrance. There we go. Let's form a party. We need one tank. I think a Charlotte makes it better. Companion here than Cryo. And here we go. The Mesa Town.
You've come. I'll begin by wearing you down.
So this is what it looks like inside. There's a different floor to where it was before stasis. Should get my fairy out. At least I forget otherwise. Oh. First time they do the first move, and not me. Wasn't surprised. It's coming now. What is preservation's purpose? And the answer to that question is simple. To ensure the survival of mankind in a world bested by lightning, unexpected imbalance. And this means securing a place where people may live in safety, as well as establishing a treatment for the living sickness which plagues us. Many approaches were considered, but in the end, it was the child, the youth of undeniable genius, who discovered the most brilliant and complete solution to all the challenges we now face.
I've created a new Endless for you. Not all the warriors, but they will follow orders. Kill and survive and so forth. Here, I shall prepare the stage for battle.
I see. That's what the neo-regulators are doing. Mind control. Okay.
The memories of a physician, one who saves lives, should be reluctant to die.
Who would force a healer to fight us, idiot? Shall we have some time? Go. So we're going against strong poison. is wrong. You can see it. It's from the clicking.
Brace yourself!
It changed. Going on.
Oh, you've overburdened the system. No matter. It served its purpose.
Okay. Another data station. Can we pass a timer like that already? According to Master Calyx, it is not the body which provides life to a living, but the soul. Furthermore, its memories etched upon that ephemeral giver of existence which encapsulate one's true self. Based upon these principles, he has proposed a methodology of preserving souls using electro-technology. As souls are composed entirely of ether, he asserts that storage via contemporary means should be eminently possible. Experiments conducted on criminal subjects and volunteers have, in fact, already proven successful in capturing the ether released at the moment of death. Mankind, as we know, has taken a great leap forward. Enemies that have been there since day one. Yes.
sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight.
I like the effect. One prisoner. One prisoner. Okay. You can do it. I believe in you. Pleasure, dude.
These are loyal executioners. They shall deal appropriately with criminals.
What they? Big lads, and there are 4 of them. And they are all half naked. More concerning part.
Your sentence is death. How long can
Each one takes 1, huh? Alright. You're mine.
Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Should I? How to tell which one is first? I should have known.
Your sentence is death. How long can you escape? Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
First come, first served. should be fine here. Oh god, I have Doom. Nice, Mama's there.
Admins are invading the void for 90 seconds.
Nope. I have to focus on myself. I cannot try to rescue the Glaman. Down.
Your sentence is death. How long can you defy?
Hold still.
Criminals may run, but they cannot escape.
Okay, on that one. What the?
I shall rise as many times as it takes.
I think my shock has much more.
That was embarrassing.
Neither will I.
Beginning to tire? Good. I bid you continue on.
It happened again. Look at the wall. And this happened again too. Come on.
My thanks.
Do it. Much better now. I never died as station. Okay, what do we learn this time? We have succeeded in transferring a soul stored within a specialized electrode device into a mechanical soldier, resulting in full control and function. No longer need we fear the erosion which lightning energies inflict upon flesh and blood bodies. Yet despite this crucial breakthrough, Mr. Calyx remains unsatisfied. He would diverse memory from soul, stifling these souls either was a curse whilst granting eternal life to the individual memories. Unfettered to a soul, memories can now only be stored, not so baked up as a data. The Endless will begin beings of pure information. His foreshortened lifespan was, perhaps, the very perspective needed to conceive such a unique evolutionary plan.
Memories from an age rife with death. The desperation will serve well. The enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldiers, protect your kingdom.
Does the king to him? Yes, I assume so. Okay, maybe we should not. Gonna see how many there are. We probably shouldn't. Let's see how many those are. Just keep going. Nothing there? Okay.
Very well. If one by one they fall, I'll send them all as one. Recall the anguish you felt when you faced death, and rise. Rise to defend your nation, your people, and your loved ones.
What's that to be? Spiritual Adam?
Rise.
It really looks like Spiritual
and meet
Adam.
the foe before you. An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm surge. Countless lives are lost in senseless conflict. The war swells in scope and intensity. Bombs rain down without pause or mercy.
Of course.
The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash. Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
Always surviving. thought I made it, but no, I didn't.
An amalgam of memories. Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm surge. Countless lives are lost in the senseless conflict. War swells in scope and intensity.
Take this!
Bombs rain down without pause or mercy.
That's not what the white one was, but oh well.
The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash. Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
I will not hold back. Now I'll show you.
Nice going there. Okay. And this is... Why do they stand next to the embassy when they get something faster? just need a little bit of focus. Very gimmicky as usual, but not really hard. Hard enough for some players, probably. I mean, the NPCs always do everything correct. Players don't. That makes it hard for a healer.
Sven?
The Endless he sent against us. They were from the time of the storm surge, before I was placed into stasis.
As far as we know, the only sector to escape the shutdown was the one containing Calix's memories. Assuming a chronological system, every other memory stored in that sector would belong to people who lived around the same period in history as he did.
Calix, how long have you pursued this madness?
We seem to have exhausted his defenses for the moment. I say we take advantage of this lull to press on.
I assume she's another Lady Iceheart. It's another character you win over just for her to die.
Calix!
Well done. I commend your perseverance. The entirety of my memories are stored within this device. In the early stages of Endless creation, we established several core tenets. Despite the inherent risks, I agree and abide by this. Memories are the essence of the self, and should not be diluted. We each have our goals. You seek to destroy your target. I seek to reclaim the key. Shall we forego the posturing and begin?
Oh, a trial right after a dungeon then.
Do not doubt that we are here to fight, and I do not mean to lose. Yet, as one born of the same era, I must ask, why do you pursue your evolution with such fervor? What do you hope to achieve with this eternal existence?
Your question is meaningless. I have ascertained a superior path to mankind's preservation, and that which must be done is that which I can do. What other reason do I require? Surely you have seen it. Traditional survival strategies are at odds with an increasingly complex society, leading to a breakdown of order.
Hi, Whisper. How are you doing, dear?
This course promises no liberation from pointless conflicts or inane tragedies. Physical traits do not represent the limit of our potential.
Hello? How did you end up
Why
there?
then should we relinquish that potential when our hearts cease to beat? I realized it was past time that we corrected our heading. Nothing more.
You lost a lot of weight suddenly. Oh, did you have like a stomach worm? Oh. Right. There was something. If you want to call your baby a stomach worm, yeah, sure. And congratulations to a little creepy crawler.
Even then, you were always so single-minded. I too have a vision for the future, and your plan is not a part of it. I won't let you harm another Alexandrian.
Then fight we must. Thankfully, the entity I now summon will make short work of you and your comrades.
A summoning. What now? What was that? A chill? No, something else. I feel so cold. So weak.
Whatever is that
Across
here?
Alexandria, a certain emotion is taking hold. The fear of death, terror for the eternal darkness that will, without fail, engulf the lives of every living thing. Allow me to introduce it to you.
I got it! I got one!
What a beautiful smile.
$4,999! That's how many people he said they were up to! I made it just in time. Now to register.
Death can't touch me now. I'm free of all that crushing fear. Forever.
I don't think so.
Congratulations to all who have acquired a Neo-Regulator. We have reached our total of 5,000 registered users. The day of deliverance you were promised will soon be upon us.
I'll give it back!
I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
You think that's what I want?
Remember now. Remember your fear of dying. That terror
Adlings
will
are
carry
invading
you
the
across
void for 90
threshold.
seconds.
Make of you an endless. Your prayers will birth a miracle which commands death itself.
What in the... What's going on?
Some things are well enough. Calyx used X-Body
Securing
spray.
the
The
requisite
entire room
ether
was
is
flooded
simple.
with fog.
I need only reroute lightning energy from living memory. Then I encourage the populace to define its form through hope and thought and prayer. Such an abstract method, however, is rife with unpredictable elements. What I wanted was an entity that could defeat you with utmost certainty. To that end, I set strict parameters for a concept of my own design. It was a laborious task, one that required almost more time than I had, but I managed it in the end. And now, everything is in readiness. I bid you, come forth.
What is that?
No.
A primal summoning.
It would
A one defined by a
probably
concept,
be
no less.
better
How did you
without
learn such techniques?
with the eye discussion thing.
Keep these close.
That is a false deity, brought into being through the prayers of the desperate and the hopeful. The talismans will protect your minds from being enthralled.
Do you still mean to stand against me?
We have much to answer for.
Assuming you win, the defeated ask no questions.
No, probably need to line up. Yeah. The ageless necrobalance. Oh, I do. Well, in that case, we do it with NPCs. Less waiting time. Okay, so we need a tank. Almost 2 healers. This glitch effect, if that would not be there, then it would probably look better.
Those who obstruct evolution shall suffer the rotting fate of all flesh. You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you.
What am I just doing?
Drag them to their graves. There.
No. How else am I supposed to know? I have to watch more closely. I can really tell when only do move to that specific time.
Do you not see?
What gives it away?
Death is upon you.
I imagine that if this fight on extreme, both tanks get banned.
Kill them.
Hold still.
Bothersome. Kill them.
We mustn't hold back!
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength. I will reduce you to ether.
Oh, really? I want to say it.
You will die for me now.
No holding back.
Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit. The endless darkness engulfs you.
Is there another cutie where I have to mash my buttons? Faced with doom. I got rid of my doom. Now I'm confused. I got rid of my doom and then it says no. Guess it did not work on that doom.
You are bound by the limits of flesh. It will betray you.
Maybe I need to do it after the film.
Drag them to their graves. There.
Ah, okay, now I see. So this one's mine. Now the other.
Do you not see? Death is upon you. Perhaps this. Kill them.
Oh, I don't know when to be green and when to be yellow. Oh, okay, I see now.
Bothersome.
Here's a thing. Should be out this time.
Kill them.
Are you all right?
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength. I will reduce you to ether. You will die, Femina. Accepting death is the greatest sin a life can commit. The endless darkness engulfs you. still alive. But there are ways to change that. There. Those who do not resist death deserve it. I am prepared for you. Kill them. If you must. There. Struggle in vain.
Behold the techniques of the royal family!
I was about to say, Star, you should be able
Once the terror takes root, it will only continue to grow. Kill them.
You underestimate me!
Fear compounds fear, eroding your strength.
Brace yourself!
I will reduce you to ether. Those who do not resist death deserve it. I am prepared for you.
I will not hold back!
Kill them.
Almost happened. There we go. And yet he was so sure. Where I got him. Look at the. Oh, look, they say hi. Aww. Grabby hands says I. Wonderful.
Is it over?
Good question.
Now, the memory bank.
It's shielded.
I invited you to destroy it. I did not say I would let you. It is clear your strength cannot be gauged by ordinary means. But I anticipated as much.
What did you do to it?
The ignorance is almost laughable. You do not understand that you yourselves are to blame. You brought death to my creation. What do you suppose happens when a being manifested by the fear of dying experiences that terror firsthand? It grows stronger.
I feel it again. That same weakness.
It will rise again and again until the lightning which infuses this entire world has been drained to its last spark. You fight a losing battle.
I don't think so.
Damn you.
Harnessed in this manner, does it not demonstrate just how powerful mankind's aversion to death truly is? You will not prevail against this foe. I, meanwhile, will continue my crusade against mortality. So long as our memories endure, we may live on. That is the promise I offer.
So long as our memories endure. This is wrong, Alex. You twist the meaning of those words. They are not meant to teach the living that physical death is nothing to fear. They are meant to offer comfort to those we leave behind. I know that litany all too well. I heard it time and time again over the course of the war. Help me, Shale. I must speak to Alexandria. Make my voice heard.
Nahe, don't you recognize me? Nahe!
What's happening? What's wrong with them? What will become of us?
Fellow Alexandrians, please, heed my words.
What now? Another broadcast?
I know that voice.
Death can be frightening and terrible. I understand the desire to forget, to seek eternal life and be freed from fear. Yet, we live in this world in the here and now, the bearers of memories varied and rich. Our worries can weigh heavy, and there may be nights when the darkness feels like more than we can bear. But if we can endure those dark hours, the world will always brighten come the dawn. And in the chill of that new morning, will the memories of loved ones be there to warm us and carry us forward? So do not forget their passing. Let them be our courage. Fear not a life well lived. For one day, the memories we leave behind will be the warmth another needs when their morning finds them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Death is not really a thing that should be feared. Mind control weakened.
What is this reaction? An irregular factor in the equation. Eliminate her.
You thought, huh? As if we were connected earlier.
Memories cannot be duplicated, but they can be transferred.
Oh, he's downloading.
Adlings are invading the void for 90 seconds.
These are primal to us. Hurry and take care of that memory bank.
Having a moment.
I gave her my word! I promised I would protect her people!
And we will protect them together!
So I also could just attack the projectors and that's it. What are we doing all the time? I mean, they're fighting. Oglamat was breaking the barrier. What about us? Where are we? You better act now. And to fire wasn't sent.
Careful, you're badly hurt. You'd be lucky if you only broke a bone or two. It won't be long until your fever rises. We need to see you back to Tuliolo and into the care of a chirurgeon.
I kept my promise.
Thank you, Lamati.
She has yet to regain consciousness, but worry not. Lamati will be fine. I've been in touch with Koana, and he has made arrangements to convey her home, for which he means to come and fetch Lamati himself, apparently. Given the extent of her injuries and exertions, she'll likely spend many days abandoned. You just can't help yourself, can you? You're certain somewhat. That's sad. We couldn't have done it without you. And once she had the barrier down, you saw to it that Kellick's stored memories were destroyed along with the memory bank. Which means that the ration is no more at play. No longer will Kellick's dictate the cause of our people. No longer will our grief be locked away or forgotten. The freedom to feel joy and sadness, to feel all that what we are meant to experience, and in the hand of the Alexandrians once more. I can never thank you enough. We are arrested and ready. We shall have to conduct a thorough investigation into how Kellick's came to know that summoning ritual. Hey, or where there are primals, the acids are near far. And we must consider that those who offered a prayers during the summoning may very well have fallen under the entity's sway. So wait here with our patient until Volquana arrives. Feel free to go on ahead and attend to Alexander's needs in the meantime. Yes, we should get going. I contact JL and Road, asked for an update on the situation in the city. Are we awake for the outskirts first then? We can check on the things there before heading into Avakin. To the outskirts we go. Cohen has been teaching me what it means to be enthralled by a primal. The outskirts seemed untouched by trouble as far as I can tell, but what if something awful has happened? Deep breaths, Heronwell and Shale have brought me up to speed. Just as with the defeated, those who adopted the Neo-Regulators appear to have been enthralled. So far, however, they are not showing any hostility towards others. Suspect this was due to the calming effect of our broadcast. Government administrators are presently working with the rest of the citizenry to bring the afflicted into the care of the authorities, and I'm happy to report that this seems to be proceeding in a largely peaceful manner. Which is all well and good, but the city officials are understandably requesting an explanation of events. Cryle, would you be able to handle that? Certainly. We shall return to aid with the treatment efforts. Well, might I suggest you look on the people you fought so very hard to save? May ease your mind to see the fruits of your efforts firsthand. And thank you again. How very fortunate we are to have you as allies. Mayhap I will take you up on your suggestion. Only I am concerned that given who I am, approaching those unaware of my return may only serve to confuse them further. Then why not speak with Mahusta, who works the fields at Yupasi Halo, not far from here? As one of those who came to see you off before our clash with Calyx, he will surely be glad to know you're safe and sound. What an excellent idea! I think I shall do just that. Thank you, Cryo. Alright, to the field we go. Mahuza. Look who it is. Good to see you again, Helen Elvie. I'm sorry we did not get a word to you sooner. How is everyone? Well, nothing terrible befell us such. The Neo-Regulator crowd did all start acting strange at the same time, though. A pony was one of them. I'm told the authorities are tending to him at a medical facility. You needn't worry. With the proper treatment, we'll soon have everyone back to the normal selves. Sure, I'm glad to hear that. I like to not lose any more friends if it can be helped. It's also here that the Queen Sween who tried enticing us to become endless turned out to be imposter. What kind of heartless villain preys on people's insecurities and like that? But despite the danger to yourself, you and yours made sure to put a stop to it. Understand things correctly. And who we owe you a debt of gratitude to each of us now to make the most of what we've given us. We are alive because of you, and we will live and breathe. Our future is ours to decide. Your broadcast was a message of hope. For me. For everyone. No one really should be going. We still have to keep things running without Preponi. And the others in the outskirts will need all the spare hands they can get. Is there anything I might be able to help the enthralled? Quite a lot, in fact. I could very much use a mage of your ability. Actually, this would be a good opportunity to round up other arcane practitioners and teach everyone how to use proxies. The knowledge will come in handy for treating Levin sickness as well. Wonderful! I shall petition Posen to spread the word. Our outskirts tour is cancelled, it would seem. By the way, Alfino told me that Koana arrived to Escolamati, back to Toliola. Alfino himself will be returning to Alexandria momentarily, so between the two of us, I think we can sort out the treatment arrangements. Given all that, I had in mind to ask you a different favor. Would you mind looking in on Galulja? According to Shale, he's been running around the kingdom, determined to personally solve every problem. Last she heard, he was pitching in over at the Driftwood Downsend with Aaronwell. If you ask Tabu, I believe her name was, she should be able to point you in the general direction. Can we just do that? It's slowly coming to a close. Waits in waiting. Oh, there they are. That's a little bit unexpected. I thought they were in Solution 9. Almost there. Tapu. I know that voice. Happy am I to hear it. We all prayed fervently for your safe return. Looking for Galuja, are you? He was here, asking if we needed help with anything, or if we had noticed anyone who had been acting strangely. He sounded exhausted, so I told him we were fine for the moment, and insisted he take care of rest. I can only hope we will heed my advice. I believe he ran off towards the ruins of old Alexandria. He always did seem to like it there. To old Alexandria we go.
Oh, welcome back.
It's been a trial, hasn't it?
We heard from Kona. He said that Lamachi is in no immediate danger and should make a full recovery.
Vow of resolve indeed. Resolved to be as reckless as ever. She might spare a thought for us helpless spectators from time to time.
You and Lamachi and all the others fought so bravely for Alexandria. And what did I do? I was useless, even with the king's authority. If I were strong, more people might still be alive. But I'm weak. So weak.
Those who know weakness first often become the strongest.
That's right. And you have your whole life ahead of you. We all start somewhere.
Actually, there's something I'd like you to see.
Okay. What is it?
My father and Odyssey's swords. I asked Lamachi to bring them here. I've decided to train under a Landsguard soldier and become a swordsman.
Okay. What a cutie.
That's a big commitment.
I'm still not sure if I want to be the King of Resolve, but I want to be strong enough to protect the people I love.
Little boy, but so brave.
I'll train as hard as I
I'm
can.
proud of him.
And then I'll come back here. When I'm ready to take up these blades. That's the path I've decided on.
Good for you, Galulcha. I look forward to seeing your progress.
Suddenly you see like Galulja as a rogue ninja.
When I'm bigger and stronger, you'll spar with me, won't you?
I beat you to a pulp, even as a kid. Imagine the character would say something like that. Thank you both for listening. I'll take it one step at a time. Stick with what I know for now. Like cooking the meals that Otis taught me. And keeping everyone's bellies full. How does that sound? Sounds like a fine idea. Everyone's been working hard. I'm sure a good meal would be much appreciated. Well, I think we've passed a milestone here. What about the back room? If you haven't already, I would expect Shale and the others would appreciate you stopping by and say hello. Well, up to in the back room. And then I think I'm pretty certain that after we talk to Shale, we have to have this chapter being closed. We will see. Okay, we are inside of Solution 9. From here on, we can take the teleporter. Neonstein. And there we go. Oh, thank the stars you're safe. With the reports, of course, but there's no substitute for actually seeing it. I'll come back. There's so much to thank you for. That should be then where we put us down. So let's see. Hmm. Oh. Let's see. Yeah, I see where I sent you off to. I sent you off to Fluvium. They are currently playing Resident Evil 4. So send them all the love and we see each other on Sunday when we go into, what's it called again? Not the name is so weird. Asmo, no. What's the name again? It's a Paranomicide. That's the name. We will see each other there when we do play this lovely original novel. Until then, bye.